Hello folks, how you guys doing? Hope you're having a great day and you had a great weekend. We missed a podcast this Sunday, which is sad, but it happened. Sometimes getting people together is hard. But yeah, we are working on more architectural horror, which I'll be explaining as we go if you missed the past few streams. Hey everybody, Parathilso, Solarium. Hey guys. Just to show you guys a bit of what we've been working on so far. Hold on, where are they? Here. These are in no particular order images that are going to appear in this series. Some are from further ahead, right when everything stops making sense, like here. Some make a bit more sense, which these ones will be put more towards the beginning of this little exploration. So yeah, this one more towards the end, again more towards the beginning. I'm trying to, these are in the order the way they were made. I need to reorder them more in a sequential order of how when they are going to appear. So things like this would be a kind of intermediate, and things like this, which is very industrial and just huge, would appear towards the end. Like this one, this is the last one we did. Yesterday I was sitting in my room doing nothing. I was like, man, I wish Val was streaming. Well, I am today. It's generally Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays around this hour. And then every couple Sundays I try to do the podcast as well. And JJ was asking before we started if there are ferrets in the Ziggurats, because JJ likes ferrets. No, there's no life in there, unfortunately. No signs of life. Did I send you a whole library of those VHS screenshots I made, or was that someone else? I don't remember you doing that, so I assume that was someone else. Yeah, that sounds cool. By the way, Val, do you know about the dark paintings of Dr. Seuss? I feel like it would be great inspo for the Brutalist Party project. I know Dr. Seuss is some children's author from America. I know like the aesthetic of its things, but I'm never, like, it's not something you'll get in Spain. Like, I remember there were some movie adaptations back in a few years ago of his books. I never saw them though. Omnia, thank you so much. The stop motion movie Mad God, highly recommend. It was from an abandoned building in Spain. Ooh. That sounds interesting. Hey, Small. He also did some creepy paintings. Hey! Thank you so much. 10 months! God damn, thank you. That's amazing. Soon, I don't know if I have a badge for the 12 months. I wonder if I have to make it already. So things in Dr. Seuss style, but brutalist and architecture heavy. Send me, if you have any links to those, send me and we can take a look. That sounds very interesting. I always like, children's authors doing something a bit more dark. It always gives it a different vibe when you know the rest of their work. Also, like, damn, many people following today. Hey, everybody. So, Ubichi, Pyramid, Omnia, Ian, Indefinite Chris, Sledgehammer. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so now that everyone's here, let's explain the series a little bit. This is going to be a series. I'm sorry if you heard this like 1,000 times in the last few streams, but for new folks, this is a series that's going to be in first person. So told from my perspective, from Eduardo's perspective, instead of being like a character or something that happened in the past. And it's going to be me live tweeting through finding out a strange underground megastructure. So just to show you guys an example of what it could look like, I have a previous thread I've done where I found out that my family had a ghost haunting them. So it happened kind of live, and I was here. I send a link in chat. Oh, I'll check that image in a sec. I was like live finding out that, you know, pictures of my childhood, of my mother's childhood, of my grandfather's, and finally of my great-grandfathers were all haunted. And I used my real family pictures. We're all haunted by a ghost, and it's me like finding out like who this ghost is and what's the deal with that. It was a very fun thing. I loved the people like reacting to it live, the people who played along with it. So this is going to be something similar. It's going to start pretty tame, just with me trying to open a door in my parents' house. So I go to the basement in my parents' house, and there's this door. Like, it's always been there. It's not like a new door popped up. A door that's always been there, but that's always been stuck. It doesn't appear in the floor plan. It's like people just assume that it's a door left over from something else. Like, it's never been opened. They assume there's just like a wall behind it. So they stopped trying, and everyone forgot about the door. But I figure I'm gonna open it. I got time on my hands. I'm gonna open this door. I'm gonna use tools. I'm gonna just go at it, and I'm gonna live tweet like what I find. It's gonna be tame like that at the beginning, and as we go, well, I'm gonna open the door finally, and behind it, there's gonna be a corridor. Not like a house's corridor, more like a bit of an industrial one with like pipes and stuff. And I'm like, okay, this must be like some like electrical water service thing from like the city. I assume, I think I'm not in my private property, my parents' private property anymore. So I'm too curious. I want to know what's behind this corridor. So I start live tweeting through me going through this corridor and seeing what's behind it. And lo and behold, there's a big, kind of in the same style, like industrial room. But there's some stairs that go down. So I go down the stairs, and then this bigger room, a bigger corridor. It just keeps getting bigger. It just keeps going and going and going and going. At some point, like, I come back home and I'm like, this is an expedition, right? I gotta take a backpack and some good boots and like just go at it and document it for everybody. So it starts like pretty normal. You know, like things have handrails and there are stairs and stuff. Like it's made for humans. But as we go deeper and deeper and deeper, we start seeing like there's a level and then it just goes down. And then there's another level and then it goes down again. And every time you go down a level, it gets weirder. So I start calling it the ziggurats, because, you know, ziggurats are these pyramids that go down, that go up levels like this. So it's like the inverted version of that, just to give it a cool name. So I start going down the ziggurats and finding these very like stranger and stranger views. This would be like the end of one of the first levels, right? Like it still makes sense. There's still things with handrails. It seems it has been made by humans, but not really the purpose. But it still makes some sort of sense. As we go deeper and deeper, we're gonna get into weird, like brutalist nonsense architecture. And at some point, I'm gonna get lost in this place. And I'm live tuning through this. Like, I'm gonna get lost, and it's gonna be like a day or a couple days, or I don't know how long, because I still haven't like written it specifically. But it's gonna be a long time. I'm gonna be disappeared. I'm gonna fully commit to it. Like, I'm gonna disappear from Twitter, from every other social media. I'm not gonna live stream or anything. Like, I'm lost in this place, in this little fiction I'm creating. And of course, there's no internet down there, so you guys won't know what's happening when I'm lost, except for maybe a couple pictures that come through to like keep the mystery going. But eventually, I'm gonna reappear, like in a strange place in the woods, in the middle of nowhere, and not really know like how I got out of there. So it's gonna be a bit of descent into this place plus descent into madness, a little bit of both. So. Thank you for listening to my diatribe. Now I'm gonna catch up with chat. Almost MC Escher vibe. Yeah, exactly, Escher vibes. And not as nonsensical. I want the like the structure itself to kind of make sense and not be like impossible architecture or impossible, yeah, not Escher, where it like breaks the laws of physics, but still very weird. It's kind of funny. I was working on horror art for my comic, or part of my comic. When I saw the tweet you were streaming, I figured, come take a look. Hi, great to see you here. You have a whole horror universe you're working on right now. You inspired me a lot. Thank you. We'll be sending the images in your Twitter DMs. Thanks. That sounds great. April, May, Ziggurat month. Yeah, I don't know how long this whole thread will take to get through. It mostly depends on the quantity of pictures I get done, but it might be like a week of. This is the only thing I post about in a week or something like that. Depends on the images. I might get tired of doing these kinds of images, and I'll have enough for 2 or 3 days, but it'll still be like a long time, like several days at least. Thank you, Snatchhammer. Hey, Nodo. Okay, so we've explained what's going on in this series. As you guys can see now that I've showed, like I've talked about what's going on, I can show you the images a bit more in order, so you can see like what it's going to look like. So these two paired together, they're the same place, like these are the same tube as this. This would be from like the very beginning. We're getting this, you know, weird corridor, but just like slightly strange vibes. Then we start going down, and there's like the first, I guess the first level, which is more industrial. And this would be the vibes at first. And as we go down deeper and deeper, it would slowly turn into this. And eventually, I guess the climax of this level would be these. So this huge like place with an enormous pit in the middle. Of course, this pit is gonna at some point have some stairs I will find, which I think appear. Oh, they could be stairs like this. I'm gonna have a close-up shot of the stairs to be like, hey, I found stairs. Once I go down this level, we're going into a weirder place even, and yeah, I don't know exactly how I'll separate the levels, but these more industrial ones are definitely going to be like part of one level, which I don't know if it's going to be the first or the second. Definitely it has to go like from tamer and more realistic to wilder and less realistic. So this would definitely be like maybe some kind of midpoint climax where we have this enormous, very scary looking place with a huge pit. And you think like, oh, this is as weird as it's gonna get, but we're still like midway through. This kind of, you know, intermediate thing. I feel like this is the idea I wanna. Also, yes, the Dr. Seuss. Hold on. Your Dr. Seuss drawing. I love this. I like this kind of brutalist, but full of curves. It's fun. It would be hard to recreate, I think, but I like it. We follow you the past couple of weeks. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nevermore. Welcome in. Grimy high contrast, exactly. That's the vibe. That's the vibe. I'm glad it comes through. Yeah, it's kind of descent into hell. That's like I guess the metaphor. Like I happened to find descent into like something that descends into hell. What were you thinking of editing to make them weird? Just like big spaces. Like these are the edited versions. They were originally, I can show some of the originals for this. Like this one has barely any editing, just removing any human things like, you know, writing and stuff. This one, for example, like this one has a huge edit in it, which is just removing the floor. Let me show you. The original here, if I can find it, would be this. Right, so I just entirely remove the floor. Some of them have more edits, some of them have less. I'm trying not to like go whole hog on all of these, because then it'll take me a long time to get through like the just sheer quantity of images I need for the series. So they have to look realistic. Some of them I'm just gonna barely edit them, just give them the aesthetic. For example, that one I showed, which I said I was barely edited. This one. Let's see if I can find the original here. Right, I removed any human things like these barriers, the exit signs, security cameras, and just left it kind of barren and adapted it to the aesthetic of the rest. So this one's pretty straightforward. But this would be like, that would be the minimum and this would be the maximum in terms of editing I wanted to go through. SCP-3008, I don't recall what the time on it. I don't know all the numbers. SCPs. If you can give me a description, I can maybe remember it. Okay, Pyramid, good luck at work. Have you watched Jujutsu Kaisen? I haven't. Yeah, the idea is to like turn up the ominousness and the space, the sense of scale. Just to give you another example, this one here, the original is this, right? So the original just goes out into, you can see the sky here. Obviously, these are all underground. So I just removed the sky, made it all darker, added some artificial lights, and then basically copied the same kind of structure up and up and up and up. So it basically goes out into more or less infinity, like it covers that sky in these beams to just make it feel bigger, or part of a bigger structure, if that makes sense. I recommend watching Jacob Geller's videos on Nascence. Yeah, I've seen that one. I love Jacob Geller. Has some fantastic. It's actually like not the grain of inspiration, but it was like something that kicked me into making this idea, right? One of those like, yeah, this is definitely a cool aesthetic. And the control and anatomy one, yeah, exactly. Those videos are amazing. Contacting Twitch support to complain that my computer is non-Euclidean. Yep, that's my fault. Okay, I had a lot of images open. So, we have an empty canvas, and I have a whole lot of images from the more industrial to these ones here. So these ones you can see towards the end are from a stone quarry in the Balear Islands in Menorca. And it's this kind of, it's a stone quarry that's been used for hundreds of years. So this would be the newer, or like the 20th century stone cut things. It just makes this huge, just enormous spaces with super tall walls. And I want to make this but underground, right? And use those kind of textures. Like imagine I take this and then just close out here with the same texture, right? As a ceiling, to make this huge like grid-like space made of stone. And finally there is this place here, which would be the connection of that really old quarry that was dug by hand, like all the stairs are made by hand, etc., with this newer quarry made by a machine. So it's kind of limit between both. And this is like how I'm getting out of this place. I'm not just backtracking the places I've already been into. At some point, I'm just gonna get lost, like lost, disappear for a few days. There's just gonna be like maybe a few images that come through that are gonna be weird. Like I've gone down like to deeper and deeper levels, and it's just gonna be downright weird. And then I'll finally find my way up, and it'll be through these, like, it's gonna slowly degenerate into a cave. So it's gonna start like this, then it's gonna go into this, like, hand cut, and eventually that is gonna disappear into, like, just natural grooves of the cave, and finally I get out, and I'm, like, in the middle of a forest or something like that. I don't exactly know the end, but yeah, that's like another aesthetic that's gonna go towards the end, kind of like the last level before I leave. The world does need some more architectural horror. Absolutely. You don't even, yeah, some of them you don't even need to touch. They're already kind of eerie on their own. Jujutsu Kaisen is an anime more or less about killing demons. Personify humanity's fears. There's an episode when one of these curses attacks a jail and basically turns the inside of it into an endless brutalist pocket dimension. Ooh, oh, that sounds very cool. Which episode is that? Even if I just watch that one, because that might be good, like a good inspo. Jujutsu Kaisen. Okay. In that forest, the Amazon rainforest, yeah, like across the continent. Will you encounter a minotaur? I was thinking, like, I've been debating myself into, like, whether I add a creature or not. I think I'm not gonna, because I don't want the creature to become, like, the thing you fear in this space. I want the space to be scary on its own merit, right? And I think if I add a creature, it might, like, cheapen that a little bit. I'm not sure. Yeah, I need to think about that. What I might add is the implication that there's some kind of life there. Like, this is huge industrial space, and it seems to have some use. Like, there's tubes. They must be carrying something. They must be making something, right? But what is it? And and the machinery working, right? We have images that we're going to use of huge wheels. Well, these are normal wheels, but we're going to make them huge. That kind of thing. I'm planning on doing, I will see if it comes to, planning on doing some video stuff as well. Some, like, short videos as if I was taking them with my phone. And with these videos, I do want to do, like, some sound design of, like, just empty huge spaces, and suddenly in the distance you hear huge machinery, like, coming to a start, that kind of thing, where it feels like something is waking up, or there's a regular, like, pounding, and it kind of feels like footsteps. It's just machinery out in the distance, but you kind of, like, look behind you for a second. That kind of sense. Plato's Cave style. I wanted to include some reference to Plato's Cave, and that may be in the moment I'm lost and, like, a few images come through, and for those images I want it to be weird. I want it to be like these I made for another thing that they're not going to be used in the end, but I made these, like, weird rooms, like this aquarium room, this strange place with a chair that says do not sit. Kind of like just spaces that suddenly have an air of comfort, like a slight air of comfort to them. Maybe, like, just a regular sofa, stuff like that. Maybe a little reference to Plato's Cave, like some big shadows of objects on the wall, something like that. Episode 4, thank you. Yeah, check that out later. It sounds fun. Oh, there we go. Reminds me of Spelunky in subway tunnels. Ooh, yeah. Those are creepy. Oh, there's these as well. These statues were in the quarry and were made of the same stone got from the quarry. I was imagining maybe something like this, where you have a place with huge statues. That would give it a vibe of, like, there's clearly something there, like, or something intelligent made this, right? This whole space. It didn't make itself. Or did it? Is it just trying to imitate humans in some way? Does the space itself have some sort of intelligence to it? Who knows? I'm not gonna answer questions, I'm just gonna ask them. Okay, so now we try to find images. So these images here were sent by Marina in the Discord, who's taken some photographs of some brutalist spaces. And I really liked a couple of interior ones. These two. This one could be a great, like, you know, just a picture of, you know, what the corridors look like. Because I'm trying to also make like big set pieces, like this huge industrial building with the pit in it. But I'd also like to have like just regular corridors to kind of fill the space, even if they don't look like super interesting. So I like these two. They have a good vibe, good brutalist vibe. Australian horror film set in subway tunnels? Interesting. Winchester House exists. Yeah, I'm going for a big industrial vibes here. I think the main things we wanna do. Well, first, okay, this is part of the image. I thought it was good. Main things we want to do is just remove things that appear too human. Anything like this I want to remove. I have to be careful not to break the textures of the walls. Oh, and this hole there shouldn't be here. There we go. Okay, same for this. Hold on, this might be better if I do it on the layer itself. So just some patch tool, probably a bit faster, and being careful with the lines there. I'm also currently reading through a book called Piranesi, which has some great inspirations for this. Yeah, the signs. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be a wheelchair. They tried to go very conceptual, and I think they're just gonna lose people like that. I think a lot of folks are gonna be confused. Yeah. Yeah, they just made up a new non-binary sign. Garbled textures, I like that. There's this manga called Blame, or apparently pronounced Blam, as I've been told, that deals a lot with this infinite kind of brutalist spaces, and it's very good. Like, at least like watching some panels of that manga and seeing the landscapes. Let me show you guys in case you haven't seen it. It's Blame like this with an exclamation point. Panels. Oh, and thank you for the save reminder. I don't think I've saved this one. Nope. This would be Ziggurat 12. Okay, save that in the background. So yeah, Blam has these huge infinite spaces all over. The concept is there's this machine, or this AI, I guess, that has been tasked to build a city, and it just had a problem. Once it's finished building the city, it just kept going, and nobody was able to stop it. And it kept going like so fast that if you're stuck inside this infinite city, you can't get out, because the time it takes for you to navigate it and get to the edge, by the time you've gotten to the edge, the city has been built twice as much. So it goes faster than you. So you're essentially trapped in this infinite space. And that's the thing I love the most about that manga. More than the story or anything, it's just like those landscapes, right? Yeah, it has more of a sci-fi vibe, that one, but I love it. Lived in Boston for a few years. Oh yeah, the city hall is beautiful in Boston. I was there recently. I took some pictures. Oh, I didn't get to go inside. I was like just for a day in Boston, so I didn't get to watch a lot of it. Anyway, these are good inspirations. Iron Mud. Interesting. I didn't see that one. I will note it down. Ooh, interesting. I'm extremely pro Boston City Hall. Yeah, I think it's very cool. Okay, what I don't love as much is the ground. I don't know why, but I might add some texture to the ground. It might be silly. It might just be a pet peeve, but let's give it that try. Maybe something like this, or more regular concrete. Let me see. I have some. This one too. Downloads folder. There we go. That's good work. Yeah, Control has some great vibes. Great brutalist stuff. The flooring looks like a leisure center. Okay, so I'm just gonna cut out anything that goes out. This. This here might not be the perfect cuts because I'm not... should have made it a little bit more transparent. We'll fix it up. This. And this. Oh, it's the corner. There we go. That'll be a better texture, I think. Like the whole thing in the DLC in a few days, damn. Yeah, I was thinking when I have some more time for gaming streams, Control would be a great one to just do a whole playthrough of. Especially after doing this series, right? Gonna give it some feathering. And gonna see if just adding it with any of these overlay, soft light, that kind of thing, just kind of leaves the grittiness in. But I would like to also make it more gray. So I'm gonna make a new layer. Gonna remove everything top. There we go. Big guy, hi, how are you doing? What is going on? This is gonna be for a future thread where I'm in first person, so me as myself. I'm exploring this infinite brutalist space. Okay, let's give it a few differences in colors. So kind of like that thread I did some time ago where I found out that my family is a robot. What is a robot? I'm in the brutalist mindset. But I found out my family has a ghost that follows them, which I'm just linking in chat right now. Kind of like in that same tone, that same style, where it's just me doing this thing. Giving it a bit of lighting to the floor. Just the edits in many of these pictures are going to be minor. Like here, I just removed the signs, changed the floor into something a bit more gritty, and that's about what I'm going to make. And then obviously I have to fit the color that every other picture has, like not color, well yeah, color space and contrast and stuff. So these are all the pictures, if you missed them before. These are all the pictures we got so far. From some of them are from earlier, like these two would be like the more like the entrance of this space where it still looks kind of normal, and as you go down it's gonna look a bit more industrial first, and it's gonna end up going into this huge industrial looking place with a huge pit in it, and that's gonna be like the end of the first level. like the first area. It's gonna be more industrial, and from there it's gonna go from that industrial place into stranger and stranger, and as you go down, like more making less and less sense industrial space as brutalist spaces. So just like, yeah, you know, beams of concrete and things that don't really seem to make a lot of sense, like this, that kind of vibe. Just listened to a podcast episode where the host talked about having a fear of big things, including industrial and mechanical stuff, because it reminds you of how small you are. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I want to make. This is from a steel mill. Steel mill. Sometimes I don't know how to say things. These 3 pictures are from the same steel mill. Obviously without a floor. With just an abyss instead of a ground. But I just love these huge cranes and tubes. They're so scary. Anchor chains, yeah. I love that. Yeah, you gotta get absolutely ripped to compare in size to them. Okay, so now we go into these filter, and this is where we make everything a bit more gray, reduce the warm tones, because it makes it feel less inviting. And of course we add contrast. Some kind of soft grain. So in general, the vibe I'm going for is everything's kind of dark, and there's just this few lights along the way. Where do you get the photos from? Mostly from the internet. Some of them have been sent to me. I have some myself. I should get some of the ones from New York that I had. I could reuse those. I already used them recently, but I think that again wouldn't be too bad. Lots of cool brutalist spaces in New York. No, too much color. Maybe the highlights, which is gonna be, yeah, those lights there can have a bit of that blue-green to make the lights feel more artificial. A bit like this, but I'm gonna bring that down into a teal color. Gives the lights, yeah, less inviting tone. Brutalism was named after you. This feels too blue. See, this feels like daylight. That's something I gotta do in a lot of these pictures, is reduce the feeling that they're not underground. So every light, every piece of natural light, I want to make it look like artificial light. So I want to try to transform it. For example, in that huge industrial place I showed you before. In these here are some ceiling, like it's some ceiling panes, and you can see the natural light coming in. So I just edited them to make them look more like huge neon lights. There are a couple where I did this. See. Here as well. There's just these undulating panes, and I made them look more like a series of neon lights like that. Okay. I don't know if this part feels too gritty now. Let me see. Maybe put it in soft light instead of overlay. Yeah. Yeah, that was a bit much, I think. You want to throw a rave? Would be a great place for a rave. Okay, I'm gonna try and reduce that natural light quite a bit before I put in the filter. So remove some of those blues. Now I put the filter on again. Hey Vandals. Yeah, there are a lot of, you know, universities, schools, etc. that have a brutalist architecture. The style is very often associated with public buildings. So in many places of the world, things like, you know, town halls, universities, etc. have brutalist vibes, especially if they were built within a certain time frame when the style was more popular. I love it, honestly, and in different places happens more. Like in places that used to be Soviets, there's a lot of brutalist architecture. It definitely has like a socialist vibe. So yeah, the university I went to also has a brutalist style like that. And the school I went to as a kid, I used to hate it. It was super grey and uninviting. I like it more now. Any name ideas for a sunflower boy? Oh, here's a fun. Well, that's mine. That may be fun. The word for sunflower seed in Spanish, when you eat them as a snack, is pipa. P-I-P-A. Could be a kid name for a sunflower guy. Canadian university as well. Yeah, I think a lot of universities have that vibe, haven't they? So I want to give a glowy vibe around the lights. Since we have like a dark place, it makes it feel slightly foggy. I like that. What is this light hitting? Hold on. Doesn't seem like a very powerful light. Okay, it doesn't hit behind here. It hit like this place a bit more. Definitely gotta fix up the colors now. That's a bit too feminine for me. I guess maybe because there was a kid in my school whose nickname was Pipa. Good guy. I'll say that's super feminine, but it's true that the ending A in Spanish tends to be more for feminine names. But not necessarily. We have plenty of masculine names starting with A, or ending with A. Okay, let's see now. Same filters. Okay, nice. Yeah, I like Nika's idea. Look through all the languages, see if there's something that clicks with you. Tournesol. Oh yeah, in Spanish it would be girasol. Okay, there we go. I think we increased the eerie vibes, didn't we? To at least match the rest. I don't know exactly when I would put this one, but I feel like it has a very similar style to this one, so they could be one after the other. Maybe this is like the start of the area that will lead to this one and this one. But we're reaching more abstract spaces without any immediate sense of what their use is. Like, it's not a factory anymore, it's just a strange place. Also, this is very important. Anyone that's seeing this stream has to play along with me now. Like, you're in on the grift currently. So whenever you see this pop up on Twitter, you pretend it's all real. Or else I will find you. It's the fun part, exactly. I think I'll even go to the point of, while it's going on, hiding the recordings of these streams. Ooh, I kind of like this. Okay, I was starting to get around to use some textures on the floor, but now I'm seeing this space, and I feel like I'm looking at it through a balcony like this one, from the other side, and it has an abyss now. I love an abyss. It has a low ceiling and an abyss, and whatever this is, I guess that's just a light. I can remove it. And every post, when's the next stream? Whenever I finish exploring. Okay, what do you think? Should I use this one backwards? Like so? I think it could be cool. Definitely, let's go for it. Never looking back. Now, of course, I gotta remove the backwards tables, don't worry. Okay, I'm thinking I could reuse... I'm on the same document, by the way. I guess this will be 12.2. I could reuse the same thing I used for the floor in the other picture. Turn it around. Flip vertically. And stretch it out like this. Maybe a little bit more perspective. Stretching. I haven't changed this decoration. I feel like that would be too human already. Like, since we're delving into the abstract part of this space. Like we're bordering on something that's senseless, basically. Okay, we have more interesting texture for the what used to be the ground. This, something a bit more gritty. Oh, there's a mosquito of the day. Let's see if I catch it on the first try. Whenever it gets close. Oh, there it is. Okay. Hope this doesn't make a lot of noise on the mic. Gonna try to squash this guy. I was smart enough to mute it. I didn't get it though. I should make like a stream prediction every stream of like, I'm gonna be able to get the one mosquito that always attacks my face every stream. I don't know why they hate me, and it's always during my streams. Like, I stop streaming and all the mosquitoes just go away. They straight up hate me. They're like, now, he's distracted. Go, go, go. Pipa could be a nickname. Yeah, I like that. Maybe they like the light from the computer? No, because if I'm here, like I'm in the same place after streaming. Like after streaming, I'll usually like watch a show or a movie here to disconnect a little bit. And they disappear. They stop attacking me. That's right, I'm done. I think, okay, so my theory might be that mosquitoes like, or they're attracted to the CO2 that you release when breathing. They use that to detect where you are. If I'm correct, I might be messing up there. But that could be a reason. Maybe that I'm speaking and they are detecting that all that extra air. They just love Photoshop. They do. Or they hate it and they want to make me stop doing Photoshop. Yeah, another theory is that they think I'm misrepresenting bugs in general. So they're doing it as sort of vengeance from the bugs. Okay. Then we have this little corner here. I'm just gonna copy the top corner into the other one, if that makes sense. Oh, here's what I'll do. I'll put that in a new layer. So I'll allow it to go into the edge a little bit, and then I'll just flip it. I'll be better than putting it backwards. I put this below the other one, and we keep going. They want to learn Photoshop, perhaps. Maybe they just want to sit on my shoulder and watch. I'm not allowing them to do that. Maybe I'm being mean to the mosquitoes. But they said his name is Pipa. It just sounds cute. It does. It's a very cute name. It's a book for children, so it's pretty easy to read. Oh yeah, that's a great thing to consider, like how pronounceable it is. So you're making a children's book? Exploring Mal in Kuala Lumpur. Well, heavily medicated. Oh my god. One computer mall, pass through a bridge into another. Started going upstairs into less and less well lit, more empty corridors. I love that. One guy selling pirated video games per floor. Went upstairs some more and found an empty food mall. The sunlight coming through between the ventilation shafts. Up one more level and there was a super busy alternative clothing mall on top. That's weird. I love that. Yeah, I love dead malls. It's an aesthetic. Is very cool. There was, I don't recall who made this point. It was a YouTuber who made the point that dead malls and those kind of liminal spaces are our 21st century alternative to the haunted house. Like the haunted house was this monument to, you know, like the decadence and the ruin of rich people. And dead malls are this monument to capitalism, like slowly degrading, and I really like that point. I'm completely misrepresenting it, by the way. They made it they made a much better explanation of that. children's book, but I make horror in the same universe. I think horror for children is a very valid thing. I loved horror as a kid. I think that those are two clearly compatible things. Like, you can of course make a separation between the more wholesome and the more horror things. But I do love that mix. If I ever become a horror author, someday I might try writing some horror for kids. That would be very fun. Of like teenagers. Because I remember, yeah, being a teenager obsessed with horror and how that definitely influenced me in what I chose to do today. But there would be body horror. Fair. Like gore and stuff, yeah. I mean, clearly, like, children's horror, you definitely, like, can't get into a lot of things, but I think it still has, like, a very cool place. Like, it's a specific niche that's quite interesting to explore. Reading scary stories to tell in the dark. Yeah, I think everybody has, or a lot of people that nowadays like horror have a memorable experiences as kids reading horror, or even like reading horror that's not meant for them, but that's still like mocked them, influenced them in a lot of ways. God, I remember being like, I don't know, 13 or something like that, and reading Lovecraft, reading the Call of Cthulhu, I think it might have been, probably wasn't that one. And as much as I don't like Lovecraft as a guy, it's obvious, like, if you see my work, it's obvious that there's some influence there. It's his more like his style of storytelling, and how he likes to do storytelling through, like, you know, found documents and letters and artifacts, that kind of thing. I think that influenced me a lot, even though the guy was a terrible human being. Which we can and should say. But yeah, I remember, the point is, I remember reading that as a kid, and look at what I'm making now, right? It's influential. Or like nowadays, kids go crazy over Trevor Henderson stuff. And when those kids grow up, they'll have him as a big influence, and many of them will go on to make more horror, and you know, that's fantastic. Like, being able to be that influence for a future generation. Coraline, yeah. That's fantastic. The horror gets airbrushed out of typical telling of fairy tales. Yeah, true. I love that. I love horrible fairy tales. Hey, that's a fun idea for if I ever write some horror for kids. I think some fairy tales would be fun. Okay, so now I've covered this very badly, and what I do now is combine the copy of that, merge. I'll gonna take all this big dark spot here. Gonna cover it with different textures to stamp it down and remove it. Same for this. Gonna make it slowly blend in. I love that's one of the reasons I love the patch tool. It allows you to make some very easy gradients. I recommend that if you need to like cover something large over a simple background, to just like first like cover it with whatever and then use a patch tool. Looks great. And then for this, I might be able to use the patch tool directly here and then just fix up some of the little textures and corners. What I'll do is remove these completely. We'll take a lot of inspo from traditional fairy tales. Yeah, absolutely. I love seeing how 2000s era internet horror is still influencing people to make things today. Yeah, I think if you were a kid during the 2000s and you saw that horror, it's like the kind of thing that kind of marks you. And now you go on to make things, you'll be influenced by that. Like for me, the 2000s and the 2010s internet horror has like very obviously marked me and inspired me to do things. The creepypasta generation, exactly. Oh, fairy tales about climate change. Not like that. Respecting people's identities. That's fantastic. What I'll do is copy. Hold on. This line here. And I'll use it above to recreate those. There we go. Those lines just in the correct direction, right? So I'll have to make 1, 2, 3. One. That's 2. Third is just going to follow this line there. Go. The most useful fairy tale would be why to keep things private and not reuse passwords. I love that. Trying to see if any like overlay or anything would work. No, I think it's just going to be a normal layer with a bit of editing to match the tone of the rest. Desaturation. That's one. Second one here. And third one here. Don't tell your fairies your name, it's don't tell the fairies your passwords. Yeah, like the Fae world is just the internet. This metaphor. Okay, that's just adding the lines that we're missing. I think that works more or less. And now we have a completely empty space with no clear signs of human activity. I don't think so, at least. The idea of menacing things living in the internet is fun, like a virus that's also a hunting. I like that. Okay, so we're creating a hue saturation layer, and then we're taking all these reds, which I'm gonna expand to include all warm tones from yellows to warm pinks, and here's where we can change the vibes completely. This would be a teal tone, the saturated teal. And then we put everything into a single layer. Oh, should we make the whatever's behind this dark? Or like keep going in some way instead of just having this boring wall? Let's see, let's take the selection. Okay. Maybe just like going out to infinity, like it just goes dark. I'm scared of looking at similar things because I might steal ideas by accident. That's not a bad thing. Stealing ideas is great. It'll expand your own potential. The thing is like not making a carbon copy of something else. I think it's the opposite. You should look at a ton of things and get little crumbs of ideas from all of them, and then you have something probably much bigger than you could have thought of yourself. So yeah, don't be scared of looking at things. I know that instinct. I can definitely relate. Oh, what is this one? Ooh, this one's cool. And this one's definitely the same place. I like taking several things from the same place, because that way you have a feeling of continuity. So what if, for example, we took a bit from this one? Like this. If I can get a bit of ceiling there. Not from this image. Now this one won't work as well then. The others. Maybe the same one we used before. At one point I tried to make a fake backrooms level because that was a thing. That is still a thing, isn't it? Aren't people like crazy for the backrooms nowadays? Hey Han, how are you doing? Good artist borrow, great artist steal. Yeah, that's a classic. Completely empty museum. With anything, nothing in it. I like that. Thank you, Han. We are a chat of passionate people. I love that. Yeah, we are. Okay, so I was thinking of somewhere we could get a bit of ceiling to match the ceiling on the top. So somewhere like this. Do we flip it? Maybe we make it feel very far away instead of very close. That was the idea, right? Everything labeled used for ritual purposes. Whenever an archaeologist doesn't know what they're looking at, it must be ritual. And I'm trying like different configurations of the room. And I'll remove something, apply some textures, and then just make it hella dark. I know that I removed this before, but it mattered so much in this case. This. Very dark. we go. Hey, Mactol. Other formative horror for me was like those pixel horror RPGs. Pixel horror RPGs in the early 2010s. I don't think I played those. Unless... Oh, give me some names. Give me some names of those games. If I remember any of them. Abe Witch's House off Yumeniki. I remember that one. Okay, now let's put everything together. Now is when we add the vibes. Incalculable vibes. A bit of blue, a little bit of green. And much less exposure, which then we bring back with the highlights and the whites. And the contrast. Vibes is where the vibes live. We're adding that grain for those dark areas mostly. That's different, isn't it? Thank you, Zora. I just turned a building around. This one was sent by Marina, by the way. Let's see, anything color grade? I don't think it's necessary to color grade this one. By Marina. It used to be the other way around. The original picture is... I think it's this one. No, hold on. This one here. I just flipped it. So there you go. That would be... I guess we already done 12, so this one would be 12/2. Oh, constructive criticism. Gilbert, thank you for the follow. Let me check that out. So, in your opinion on the idea of the universe I was talking about? In short, it's post-climate change. People have found ways to escape their human bodies by taking over more resilient bodies like those of bugs, plants, and animals. Which gets good technology so their mind and new bodies are intact. Cute humanoid creatures, but the poor get contraband ones, homemade ones, and their minds and new bodies are broken in very interesting ways. That's very cool. The children's stories, we can see the lives the Reacher people have built for themselves and expose morals and stuff. For the horror comics, possibilities for body horror and psychological horror are incredible. Yeah, I love that. I love that. I think it's a great fantasy setting that the best thing a setting can do is be a good excuse to tell interesting stories and create interesting characters, and I think this does both of that in a sort of fairy tale way, where you don't have to like go into explaining how everything works. Like, it just works. Like, you can just get bodies made out of sunflowers and that kind of thing, and the more magical that seems, probably the better, in my opinion, and the less like explained it is. So I think it's a great jumping off point for some stories. Go for it, definitely go for it. I'd love to see what you make, especially the horror stuff. It has some good potential for horror. I think something I love about fairy tales is how the logic in which they operate. I just call it fairy tale logic because they just very often just tell you things and you have to take them at face value, right? Like, this witch is able to do X and Y. You don't never ask why. It just happens, you know? Fairy tale logic is the best. It also happens a lot in folklore and in myths, where, you know, the gods just came in and did this. And you don't get to ask why, it just happens. I think it enhances that folksy vibe, which works very well for children's stuff as well, because children are not too interested in like how like people explaining them world building. They just want to know. They just want the story. We're going to be posting these explorations on Twitter. Remember to put some phone chargers and Wi-Fi hubs. I'm gonna be bringing my portable battery, which is gonna be the explanation of why I'm gonna have my phone and be able to post from down there. And at least in the first levels, I'm not gonna like over-explain it, but in the first levels, I'm just like, oh, I still have some internet in some places. Like, let me just quickly post this. And then it's gonna get patchier as I go down. And when I get down in that moment where I'm lost, there's no internet at all. So that's why I'm not posting in days. And of course, for when I come back up, I still need to post about it. So yeah, that's why I'm bringing batteries. Gotta live tweet through my horrible descent into a hellish landscape. Anyway, I'd call this one done. I'll keep changing things if I... Okay, at some point I'm just moving things around. I'm not adding anything, so I'll just save it. And go. We currently have this 12-2 and it is 2-2. So we have 14 pictures, which is a very good amount so far. Fairy tale logic, when you say why and your ancestor/culture say because I said so, exactly. Just because. Stop asking questions, I'm telling a story. All the lore would be in the horror stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. It's for different people, so good to have a little bit more world building in that one. Okay, so Within this pictures, we also have this one. Oh, we have so many good ones in these. There's this as well. Both little holes, which I kind of like. Okay, here's the thing. Okay, this one could be fun if we turned it as well. Like this, or not as much like this. But I like that. We're seeing it from above, sure, but... Okay, so what I'll do is just turn the whole image, because we also need to turn them... That needs to be counterclockwise. Okay, I got it right. I always mess up with it. So this could be like you're coming down from some stairs. Would this one work in a different? No. This one has to be horizontal. Maybe if I find the right image, maybe there could be some stairs. Like the end of some stairs to kind of imply that you're taking this from the middle of the stairs. Honestly, we could even fake it. I don't know how what that would look like, but maybe we take this and we take like different chunks, give them different lighting. So let's make little steps. Just kind of straight up steps. Hey Halteros, I am doing more architectural horror, so just weird places. This, by the way, for those who are just joining, it used to be like that. We're just turning it around to make the space weirder. So it's gonna be a lot of that. So I was thinking... I don't know, I've never done something like this with creating stairs. So just giving them some lighting like this, and we'll change the textures on them and sort of imply the descent. Does that make sense? I have no idea. What is a ziggurat? So a ziggurat is a type of structure mostly from Mesopotamia, I think, from ancient Why is it? It's stuck. Okay, there we go. Oh. I can't touch anything. Look at that. It's stuck in this. Hold on. How annoying. Okay, I clicked out and it worked. Okay. Anyway, they are these. Kind of like a pyramid, but built in steps. So it's a building that goes up like this, usually some sort of castle, then it goes down like that, you know? So This is what a ziggurat usually looks like. It's a bit more complex than that, but that's like the general structure. Okay, it goes up in steps like this. So this would be an inverted ziggurat. And my theory, that's going to be my theory, that it's some sort of inverted ziggurat. Like you're just descending some steps. Obviously there's some parallels to Dante's Inferno, that Dante's hell, and all the levels being built like this in concentric steps. But instead of going for the very obvious parallel, I'm gonna call it the ziggurat. And it just, there's like level 1, level 2, and you keep going down. And my theory is that, oh, if I can just keep going down, eventually I'll find the steps that go up. But instead of that, I just keep going down, and this is when I get lost. Yeah, or like an Aztec pyramid. Yeah, that would be. The Aztec pyramid would be a more regular version of that. As a Ziggurat, it's more castle-like from what I've seen. Like so. These would be like different ziggurats. It's a bit more complexity and stuff like this, but you get the vibes. For inside the Sydney Opera House is the punchline. I just went through the world. Actually, if you go like from Spain, or from like a decent chunk of Spain, if you go straight to the other side of the world, you get to New Zealand. It's one of the very few places that has a direct counterpart straight at the end of the world. That is exactly that exactly lines up Spain and New Zealand. So technically, if anyone's here is from New Zealand, we could each drop a piece of bread on the ground. Like we could take some exact coordinates if we wanted to, but as a general sense, in a general sense, we each drop a piece of bread on the ground and we would make an earth sandwich. If anybody wants to try someday. Okay, so now each step will just be each step. Okay. We'll make us 3 groups. And each of this I will change slightly. Actually, this doesn't line up very well. Hold on. Before I do that, then let me move this a little bit. Oh yeah, because I moved it before. It used to line up. Now it doesn't anymore. Okay. Makes some sense. This should hopefully be better. The tower in annihilation. Yeah, I like that. How many calories are in an earth sandwich? All of them. All of the calories. Yeah, the movie Annihilation is great, and the book. Super different. Yeah, exactly. They both have. They're both in their own way a great piece of art. So here's me making some fake stairs. How about that? Instead of finding a picture of stairs, I'm just... Screw that, I'll make my own. Yeah, the sequels get weirder. Oh, again, it's weird. It kind of gets stuck to my mouse. It's quite annoying. Not my mouse, my pointer, my tablet. Do these work as stairs? More or less? This is the closest to drawing I'll ever do. It's weird we're all equal in Twitch chat. Not really. I'm not. A Twitch chat is, or Twitch stream in general, is a very unequal relation. There's one guy, one person with a camera, and the rest of folks are in chat, in text only. It's very strange. I think a lot about this whole kind of parasocial relationship, and not only in the sense that a lot of people are using it of, you know, people getting obsessed and stuff, which is definitely detrimental, but more in a general sense, the parasocial is not even really the right word, but the unbalanced the unbalanced interpersonal relations that the internet tends to create. Like this one, right? I'm like talking at you and you are talking to me. in a sense, right? And this is definitely, this is maybe not the best example because it's a small chats and I can talk to all of you. Like I can get all your messages. But it's probably like way more pronounced in like a big streamer's chat. Bunch of equals and then one overlord. Don't call me overlord. Like someone here could be famous and we wouldn't know it. I love when people suddenly, like the strange interactions the internet can create. I don't know if Stephanie's here anymore, but Stephanie, S.J. Lahi, I think is her name, is an expert on like ancient, like all like medieval. Hey, you're here. Medieval parchments and writing and stuff, and it's we were doing we happened to be doing something like that, and suddenly Stephanie's like, "Hey, I'm an expert on this," which is a very strange thing that you only get on the internet, right? Like, what are the chances, really? I love the vibes here. Thank you, Nika. Yeah, I like to keep the chill vibes. Oh yeah, everyone go follow Stephanie. She posts a lot of cool medieval stuff. I love it. The internet, weird place. It is, it is. No, sorry, it's not self-promo if I'm shilling. I am the one promoting. So it is acceptable. The internet is a non-place. It is, it is. Yeah, the internet is not it's not a thing our minds were built for. So it's funny when you conceptualize it like a place, because it does make some sense, right? In our minds, it probably feels like a place. Or like a collection of places, more right? But, you know, it feels... Our minds, since they can't really get around the concepts, it just use real-world parallels. And we do it all the time, right? Like, they're like, you come here to this chat. We're all using, like, places as comparisons. It's funny. The internet isn't a place, it's a people. It feels spatial, but when you think about it too hard, it makes your brain hurt. Yeah. Better not think about it too much. Thanks for the ban hammer. It's alright. Oh, it would be fun to have a rare book Twitch community. It feels like Twitch is, and live streaming in general, I'm gonna say Twitch has the monopoly on it. It practically does, but like live streaming spaces are a great way to like form communities and even niche things. But Twitch puts zero effort towards fostering that. They only care about gaming, which I guess it does bring in bigger bucks. But I love how there are some very niche and small communities out there. Like even the art Twitch, even though they're promoting nowadays, they're promoting it a little bit more. Like you go to the front page and there will be an art button in the corner at least, or to the browse page. Sorry, but art Twitch feels like a completely different place. See, I'm doing it as well. Art Twitch feels like a completely different place. The vibes are just completely different. And if I could, I would love to have some sort of horror or horror art Twitch. Not necessarily all art, like it can be a ton of variety of things, but you know, like a little community like the one we have on Twitter, but for live streaming as well. Have low thresholds for sound and excitement. I feel like Twitch is, I don't know, it's way more focused on the fun, exciting things, gaming, and people who scream a lot and have younger target audiences. But it's also such a cool place to chill. Like I pretty much, if I watch Twitch, whenever I watch it, I always watch art Twitch, because it's just like people creating stuff and chatting about whatever. It feels like hanging out with friends way more than I think anything else on the internet feels like. And you make friends. Like, I made a ton of friends through here. It's the closest simulacrum, however you pronounce that, the internet has to that kind of hanging out experience. And that would be a fantastic thing to foster if Amazon.com cared. Mr. Bezos cared. This is my daily reminder that you can currently steal $2.50 from Jeff Bezos if you have Amazon Prime and you connect it to your Twitch and you subscribe to someone for free. Favorite streams have always been ones around this size. Yeah, there's definitely like a lower size where it can be in a more uncomfortable position. Some people love it, right? Some people love that kind of thing. But it can be a more uncomfortable thing for the chat, because there's like no one talking. And if you come in, you have like an obligation that you're gonna be talking to the streamer for a while. And that can be a little bit jarring. Like, I was there. I was at Zero or like Zero chatters for a long time. And yeah, that's not the best, but there gets a point where, it's just a normal lively conversation. And then I assume at some point it gets so big that, like, I've seen it with bigger streamers. I don't tend to watch them, but like, they read a comment every so often. They also like gaming and stuff, which doesn't allow them to stay on top of chat too much. But it's definitely a different experience. It feels like a crowd instead of, some people hanging out. But yeah, even at this size, I'll still miss messages. Which, by the way, if I miss any of your messages and it's something you want me to see, feel free to repeat it. I don't see any problem with that, because sometimes it'll just go a bit faster in a moment and I'll miss it. And I try to read everything, even if I don't get to respond to all of it. I don't understand the artificial hype about the metaverse. We've had Second Life for decades. Yeah. Hey!
Shoutautos-1326. Esternocleidomastoid valdepocket valdemoc
Valdemoc. I love that. Thank you so much, Agent. 6 months. Hell yeah. I think you get a new anything next to your name. New badge. Thank you so much, and for making the voice repeat. Esternocleidomastoid. Sternocleidomastoid. Also, I think that was like the sub goal I had put. So yeah, we reached the sub goal. Hell yeah. I was gonna DM you if you could do a commission for me, but I don't know if I should and how much it would cost. Yeah, feel free to DM me and we can chat about it. Like it honestly, it depends on what you want and the purposes of it. Like if it's for any commercial purpose, it'll tend to be more expensive. Or if it, why am I removing this? Oh yeah, I was going to remove this. And depends on the complexity of it, right? So can range a lot. DM me, I'll give you some. DM me with like what you were thinking of doing and all that. Based on that, I can give you a price. Oh, obviously there's this. I gotta remove. Yeah, I put a sub goal. Since Twitch now lets you put sub goals, I was like, oh, I'm gonna put a sub goal for the month or something like that. I was 15. And then I guess I'll put a new one. Think I can do that? Yeah. Thanks. It's more fun because the Twitch chat goes like, woo! The Twitch app goes crazy. Honestly, I always appreciate Twitch subs, especially the ones that take money from Jeff Bezos, the Prime subs. But if you really want to support me, the best way is Patreon, and you also get a postcard every month, which is great. Because if you guys didn't know, Twitch takes 50% of every sub. Like, pay $5, streamer gets half of that. Patreon takes 10%. Big difference. Can you ask you something medical related? Sure, as long as it's not like something super personal, but yeah, go ahead. 50% is a lot, yeah. Sub goal, I put 10 subs. I didn't put like a limit for them, but let's say like, I don't know, the end of the month. I think it was the default one. I think Twitch kind of gives you a default one based on your current number or something like that. Like, this is achievable, you can do this one. So I'm sure. Thank you, Twitch. As if Amazon needs all that money. Funny enough, Twitch loses money every quarter. Twitch is a money drain for Amazon. Because it probably costs way more to host all the people who are streaming than what they get for the subs. Because like one streamer of my size, I probably make more money for Amazon than they lose from the bandwidth I am using for them. But 99% of people streaming on Twitch, they're doing it to like near zero viewers, zero followers. So that probably like tips the scales a lot towards them losing money. So that's why there are so many ads on Twitch, because they're trying to like make good on their investment, I assume. And that's the funny thing, like Twitch loses money all the time, and still they're keeping it going because they have a monopoly. And then if they started putting barriers, they would lose that monopoly to YouTube or the next one immediately. So they're still holding on to it. It's weird. Do you have any idea if changes in atmospheric pressure have an impact on people? Definitely. People who live, that you can usually see that in people who live at higher altitudes. So people who live in areas near the mountains. I think in Peru, there's a lot of studies done in people in Peru who live in very high up places. They actually have a much higher, like their body secretes much more. I don't know the name in English of this. Hold on. Erythropoietina is in like EPO would be in Spanish. Okay, it's also EPO. It's EPO in English. Okay, as well. Okay. So their body secretes a lot more EPO. And thus produces more blood, because since there's less oxygen due to the lower pressure, they need more hemoglobin in their blood to catch as much as possible, which is why a lot of high intensity athletes go train high up in the mountains. So it's like a natural way. Instead of injecting themselves with EPO, which is illegal, which would be doping, they go and train for a few months in very high up places, where their body, due to the lower oxygen, will produce more hemoglobin to bind more oxygen, and when they go down, they'll still have that advantage for a while until their body like readapts. Half of your family, including myself, had this thing where some days we feel more tired, bit of a headache. Could be related to that. People who don't live in the mountains, I mean, if you live in a place with places with low air pressure are gonna be higher up. I don't know if you can get like low air pressure in lower places. Okay, then there's this, which definitely feels like sunlight, and maybe even some plants. So maybe I'll remove that. Maybe I'll just kind of continue this corridor. The ceiling. Oh wait, that would also mean removing all of this. Annoying, but we'll have to do it. Okay, this one will be a bit annoying to remove. I think it will add to the underground vibes way more. Or I hope so, at least. Oh yeah, there's temperature as well. That can affect the density. You're right on that. But that's something you, if it's something like anemic, you'll be able to catch that in a blood test. So if you suspect you might have some sort of anemia, go get a blood test and see if you're how your blood's looking. Because yeah, anemia can definitely lead to being tired. far as you know, there are no cases of anemia in the family. I mean, they could have without knowing. A lot of people have undiagnosed anemia. Like if it's not super high, like it's low grade. A lot of people have that. But of course, I'll just say what I always say, I cannot make diagnostics through through the internet. If you're feeling any symptoms, go get a blood test and it might clear up a lot of things. Or it might not. Like a lot of times with you know, non-specific things like tiredness, it can be really hard to pin down its origin. Okay, now it should feel a bit less, or a bit more underground. Just to compare to the original. Yeah, definitely. Okay, now next thing is colors. So we're going to hue saturation. We're picking the reds, perfect. Increasing that towards yellow a bit. Yeah, we're gonna give it a touch of green, but mostly desaturate. So. Something like this. Hey Felix, doing great today. You're doing more of these. Okay, so I definitely want to go for a similar light to this, kind of bluish. I think it might be better to do it manually with color. So I might actually just take it from here, pick a color here, and then use it there. And focus that in the areas around the lights. The reflections, of course. Once we're done with that, we are gonna add the most important thing, the vibes. So we're gonna make it high contrast, etc., like the others. Or like this one. Did I show you guys the complete change of topic, but I just felt it a bit, so did I show you guys the big thing I got here on my wrists? This is a ganglion cyst. Look at that. Oh, let's see. An angle with the camera will catch it. There we go. This little bastard. Little bastard has been here for weeks. It keeps coming and going. This cyst. It's very annoying. Sometimes, like right now, it's growing towards the outside, which usually doesn't bother me. Like you won't see me with my brace when I have this, but sometimes instead of going out like that, all this grows towards the inside and it catches my tendons and it hurts like hell. Yeah, it can be very annoying. I had it drained a couple times already, but it keeps coming back. So it's one of the kinds of things that come back. Your mom always had those? Yeah, they're very common. Mine is weird because, yeah, sometimes it goes towards the inside, which is very annoying when, you know, your whole thing depends on you using your wrist a bit. Of course, it's important if you do art in any way and you use a tablet or you draw on paper or anything, to learn to draw without your wrists and draw with your whole arm instead of your wrist. That will prevent problems in the long run. Does it hurt? No, it's fine. It hurts. What it can do is act like a bit like carpal tunnel, if you've ever heard of that, where it just like ends up hurting, but the movement hurts, right? Just not the cyst itself. Like it makes some pressure in there, essentially. Life is hard for an artist's hand, yes. Okay, now let's see. Let's put everything into a layer. And let's do what we always do. A bit of temperature change, a bit of tint change, a bit less vibrance, and then we turn down the exposure a lot, up the contrasts, and then we mess with the whites, and especially with the highlights to try and get something pretty dark but coherent. When do they form, the cysts? Because, hold on, I can do a little drawing perhaps. Like your tendon. If this here is seen from the side, like there's your finger, and there's a tendon, in this case the one that extends it, the one that does this movement. The tendon around the wrist area, which would be here, has like a little sheath. You call it sheath? Is that how you pronounce it? Well, it has a little sheath that's basically like a little sac. Which looks like that. And the tendon goes inside and it protects it from getting scraped and eventually like breaking. So what can form here, like as you can see, the sac is not like this and the tendon goes inside. It's not a complete sac. It does this. What can happen is, for whatever reason, a little bit of it gets pinched and it forms like a little yeah, through this pinch, more like this full of liquid, of course, more liquid can come in than can come out, so it just grows. And is usually towards the outside like this, right? So it just forms this little sack of liquid, which is what I have here. It's just a clear liquid. It's not gross at all. I've seen it. It's like basically like clear but kind of thick liquid, kind of like gelatin a little bit, somewhere between watery and thick. Yep, that's how it forms. Like, yeah, it's a hernia. It's a hernia. Wonders of the human body. Yeah. We're so complex, it's a miracle that we don't fall apart in 10 days. That can happen anywhere in the body. These specific like it's not all tendons have sheaths like that. It mostly just happens here in the wrists because there's a lot of tendons in a small space, so they would scrape against each other and against the bone. In some places where the tendons scrape against the bone, like in some big joints, sometimes there's sheaths, and in the feet there's similar ones. They're in the ankle. No, not in the neck. Well, you can herniate a lot of things in your neck, but there are no sheaths like that one. But you can definitely herniate any any other tube. We're full of tubes. Humans are just a series of tubes. Yeah, discs in your back can herniate, but that's a very different process. Yeah, but essentially. That delay is weird. Sometimes it'll show a whole minute later. Oh, if you reload, sometimes it can get a bit better than the delay. Yeah, like sometimes the delay will kind of build up, and if you reload it, just kind of starts from scratch. Because Twitch prefers to show you an uninterrupted stream than to kind of jump around a lot. So sometimes that delay will kind of build up. As far as I know, I'm no expert on Twitch despite being here. It's funny because I'm very oblivious to most like Twitch culture. So sometimes people will ask me to comments like, oh, what do you think about this that's going on Twitch? You're a streamer, right? I'm like, I'm probably not the right person to ask. I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you have, Sora? Oh, cysterna är en sändning. Yeah, and cysts can form for a million reasons. Just anytime there's a little tube or a sac anywhere in the body, a cyst can go like, hey, it's gonna go there. I was thinking that if I should take this row of lights and multiply it to this other side, which might be slightly hard, but it could be worth it, I think. Oh, we'll try also. Gonna extend the blue light a little bit, or the blue of the lights. There we go. Okay, let's try that. Oh, there's a mosquito. They're back. Hold on. I'm gonna mute my mic because I'm just about to slam on the table to try to get it. So fast. Okay, obviously the colors are not there, but there will be. That's the least important part, probably. And in terms of that, it's much easier to do it this way. And I can even make them line up. That's fun. The weird thing is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna try and match them better. I'll still hopefully not breaking anything. I think that's probably good. Nice. And the good thing is this is on screen, so we can get away with having slightly fuzzier edges. Now there's little things like the holes that, since we're adding lights, we're putting this on screen. We're either adding new holes without knowing, or there we go, or removing the ones that are below. So I have to take a little bit of care with that. Yeah, it's especially this side. Anything that's on there, I don't mind some of them being added, as long as they're not super disruptive, or they like fall on top of each other, that kind of stuff. So there's some here that are definitely somehow semi-transparent. Okay. That should be good. Now, lights. Let me flip this to see if it... Yeah, it works. It works. Nice. I love when something works. Now, of course, before a while ago, here is, yeah, I added a big overlay thing to darken this whole side, which now doesn't make sense because it's full of lights. So now I gotta make the opposite. some little things here. There we go. Now let me get some of those blues and add them here. Or a stronger blue. I think it was this one. It's gonna be a very fun series. I can't wait to see people's reactions. You know, so I was thinking something. I think one of the biggest problems with like people seeing it is that I was thinking of starting it from the beginning, from like me trying to open the door. But first, there are two questions there. Why would you live tweet through yourself trying to force open a door? Like, what do you think would be interesting in that? And how do you show people that this is going to be something like worth seeing when they first like open that tweet? So I think what I'm going to do is start it like in media res. Like I've already gone down that tunnel and I'm super weirded out, and that's when I start tweeting about it. So I'm gonna be like, hey, so there was this door and I opened it, and I'm gonna show, instead of showing the video of me opening the door, it's just gonna be like the door open and the tools, and then we like jump straight into since the very beginning we'll see what's on the other side of the door, and like then I go back a bit and explain why I opened it, like what's so special about this door, and then explore. Instead of, you know, trying to make people be interested in the kind of banal thing of me opening a door. Yeah, it felt a bit like an obvious setup. Total integration of battery pack. Oh, I'm gonna like directly talk about the battery pack. I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm going on this expedition. Wish me luck. I brought food. And I'm gonna show like my backpack and snacks and stuff that I brought down. Well, snacks, like real food. I'll have to. I'm so dedicated to this series that I'm gonna have to make a sandwich, pack it in film, and then take a picture of it, and then like eat it for dinner or whatever. For the full experience, I'm gonna eat like I'm actually exploring this place. I Photoshop a picnic blanket. Oh, that would be fun, like stopping to eat and it's just a picture of a nondescript corridor like this, and taken like a bit from the ground with some food in it. Dedication to the art, exactly. Legs dangling over the abyss. Only mask. Thank you so much for the follow. Sandwich planning underway, as one does. Okay, now let's see the final look with the contrast and everything. Nice. To compare, that's much nicer. Oh, now that feels like I'm entering something somewhere important. What might it be? And I feel like with that, since we have more light, I can maybe afford to go a bit higher in in contrast or something like that. I dropped the jam into the abyss. Oh no, that's a tragedy. Looks cool, doesn't it? Hey!
Jam sandwich emote?
Sandwich emote. Thank you so much, Zan. If I said that right, TZS is hard to pronounce. So I just barrel through it. Jam sandwich emotes. Oh, it would be fun to include a little gag like that. Now you're making me want to do... Okay. Here's what could be an idea. I'm gonna note it down on a pencil here because I'll forget. Is include a picnic scene. we can figure out if there's any pictures that we already have that might work with that. Otherwise, I will literally do this in real life. Probably this weekend. My sister's coming to town, and she was interested in going with me to do some urbex, like do some urban exploration, and specifically go to an abandoned factory. There are many. I still haven't chosen like which one we could go for. I would like something that's a little bit better conserved, so we can get some like good interior shots. But yeah, if we get an abandoned factory, I'll definitely like bring some picnic food and try to take a picture where it feels like I've just stopped to eat the picnic, the food there. I usually say it's pronounced apricot. See, I might even have more trouble pronouncing that because apricot is I think it comes from French, and you just say like, and since I know French, my brain tries to pronounce it apricot. Want to do urban exploration? Yeah, right. It's so fun. Put a picnic scene. And if I find something that is that can work the abyss into, and the sandwich falling into the abyss, that would be extremely funny. Because it's gonna be a pretty serious series, but including a little moment of levity might probably benefit the tone to kind of have some contrast to the tone, just like there's some contrast to this image. And it's kind of illegal. Yeah, but it's only illegal if they catch you. So I'd say go for it. Like find a cool place and don't go alone. Bring some friends. Bring some water. If it's like a place that's really crumbling, maybe bring a helmet or something to like not get hurt. That's important. That's quite important. Depends on how ruined the place is. And good shoes. Watch out for like broken glass and that kind of thing. Break some good boots. I'll definitely go alone. Then at the very least, like, make sure people know where you are. Will not include my friends in my illegal projects unless they want to. Just ask. They might love the idea. Okay. Oh, I haven't saved this. Okay, this is Ziggurat 13. You need friends who are down with illegal projects. Exactly. Slightly illegal. It's like not hurting anybody. It's a fun kind of illegal. I feel like I'm a bad influence in this chat. I'm sorry. Oh, I was also thinking that there should be a reflection here. Can't forget that. Okay, so I'll add the reflection before, I think. I may be able to get the reflection from this and use them to my advantage. So add them on lighten. Oh, there's a mosquito. So close. I think it slipped to my fingers. Sorry. I get distracted. There we go. Two hours 52 minutes. No. I've done several other edits before this. I've done 2 edits here. So from whenever I started this, it might have been I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes. So it's not a record. I think I've had worse. The amount of urges to run into a subway tunnel, I'm surprised. I don't think there's any cool places near where I live. Look it up. There's websites for urbex and there's people that post like places they've been to and they give you tips. Like definitely do that if you're gonna do urbex. Like look up tips from people who've been there and tell you like don't go in this place, it's dangerous, or enter through this area. Like that's pretty important unless you're trying to map a place that's nobody's been into. But okay, we got some reflections. Now, obviously, they all look the same because they're all the same. So I need to make sure that doesn't happen. And remove little repeated things like this little spot. Now you can see here and here. that's reflections, I think. Yeah, definitely look up people who with more experience. There's a lot of blogs on the internet. Like I know there's at least a couple for my region of people who documented places. So my region, for a little bit of historical explanation, the region I live in has been historically very left-leaning, except for the capital city, but the whole region has been left-leaning because it used to be an area with a lot of mining. And the miners were like really big on, you know, organizing themselves, and there was a lot of, you know, communist movements and stuff that led to 1934. I think the year is correct. 1934, there was a communist revolution right here where I live, and the miners like rose up, set a new government, like their own currency, which was very funny because it was like a temporary currency. So it was just the coins that Spain already had, but signed by one guy. Like there was one guy called Bellarmino who signed all the coins, and people just call them Bellarminos. Finding one of those nowadays is like a really treasured prize, finding a real Bellarmino. Anyway, they suppressed that revolution, and very violently the miners defended themselves. It was a whole thing. Like they even took a gun factory, so they were armed and they had like a huge, like really big militia to defend themselves, but they didn't have, of course, the training and stuff that the Spanish government had, so got suppressed. And got suppressed by Franco, before he was a dictator in Spain. So it was like one of his first like big achievements. What happened when Franco was a dictator in Spain is that he, this region that was very opposed to him, he started like bringing in a lot of industry, a lot of special like steel industry and stuff, and like basically like bankrolling them into suppressing their movements, like just bringing in a lot of new folks, bringing a lot of work, a lot of prosperity to the region, which effectively like stopped a lot of those more communist urges. And there was for a long time a big industrial area like in this region. That though declined a lot in the past few decades, to the point where there are a lot of abandoned factories. Like it happened all over the world, right? All the manufacturing industry went overseas and left Europe and the US. So what happened in this place that used to be very industrial is that it completely declined, which is why now we have the most aged population in all of Europe. Teaching you guys a lot of local history, but that's the exact reason why there are a lot of abandoned factories where I live. It's history. Sounds like a great place to explore. It's like the region I live in is one of the coolest places on earth. I'm not biased. The region, if you guys wanna learn about more stuff, it's called Asturias, written like this. Fantastic place for tourism if you like mountains, if you like nature, if you like beaches. And if you want to see the remnants of a failed communist revolution, that's also a fun thing. And still nowadays, it's a very left-leaning area of Spain. So you'll still have like some reminders of that. Okay, so this happens in the middle of the others. Okay. So there will be one here. left. Hold on. Here's what I'll do. The middle of this too is this. Oh, okay. I was completely miscalculating. Another one here. Another one there. And here it doesn't really matter much. Just my country died because of coups, so you have basically entire areas that are abandoned twice. Interesting. This time because of the coup, second time because of the economic crisis, plural. I can't believe they named a province after a classical guitar piece. Oh, found a very cool place to explore where I live. What is it? I heard there was crackheads living here, but that's fine. The posted didn't mention it. Maybe it was a long time ago. Yeah, there's a lot of, you know, those kinds of fears and stuff will stay for a long time. Saying, oh, like there's dangerous folks living there. Be careful. I mean, there's just circles. I could have just drawn the circles. Are they too high up? I feel like it needs one more. Or just a little bit. One. There we go. And then some soft light, white. I nearly forgot about these. Just started doing them without saying it, but I completely forgot there was another row of lights until right now. Reminded me of Caminito del Rey. And remember to save, thank you. Caminito del Rey doesn't ring a bell. Maybe if you remind me what it is, but... Something you all should know about me. I have very bad memory. Especially for names of places and people. You know a fun thing? For some damn reason, my brain is better at remembering people's usernames than remember people's names in real life. Like, I'm much better at recognizing you guys when you come into chat than at recognizing real, like, people. I was gonna say real people. sorry. At recognizing people in real life. I don't know how that happens. Brains are weird. I think it's probably like my brain stores usernames and people's names in different places, and is better at doing that. Silly assumption, but maybe. There we go. Now we have a second row of lights. Dope. Ubicado en paraje natural del Ciudad de los Laitanes, dentro de la provincia de Málaga. But what is it exactly? It's a path, camino? That's true. That's true. There's 100 John's, well, not in Spain, but okay, what do you mean? And only one Mectal. Sure. I really have faces. I'm very bad at faces, which might also be a reason. Yeah, I have like undiagnosed is like a suspicion of mine. It's not a big deal, but I might have some degree of something called prosopagnosia, which is difficulty recognizing faces. Some people have like that, but completely like they are completely unable to remember a face. Not that much for me, but if I try to, for example, think about a specific face of someone I know in my brain, like just make an image of that, I'm not able to. I'm able to, like, if for people who I really know well, I'm able to, but it's just like a flashing image in a second, and then it disappears. So I can't hold the image in. Happens with a lot of things, but mostly with faces. Can you make images of normal stuff? I can a little bit better, but I do also have some trouble with that, especially with holding them for a long time. I can make a detailed image, but it's just like, yeah, it's for a short time, and then it just starts fading. Don't know if that happens to more people. Oh, it's cool, coming totally. What's up with this? Is this regular? Isn't the original picture? Or did I mistakenly... Okay, it is in the original picture. Oh, of course. Of course, I wasn't realizing it was a... It kind of went up here. Okay, okay. Ignore me. Ignore me, I'm weird. My brain struggled to connect names and faces. Yeah, I like to remember, say that I do that to recognize people like in the street. I'll focus on specific details of a person, like what their hairstyle is, or what their nose looks like, specifically, like one thing. So sometimes they'll change one of those things, and I suddenly can't, like I have trouble recognizing them. Pretty far along the aphantasia scale. Yeah, I don't know exactly what degree I'm in, but yeah, I have a little bit of aphantasia. Maybe that's why you seem to like creatures and architecture. Possible. Also, editing people in Photoshop is hard. that's why my things don't usually feature people, unless they're already there and I don't have to change them. A bit of both, possibly a bit of both. Recognize people by their walk. I do that too. That's interesting. Brains are weird. Something that blew my mind. I'm just gonna say it again in case someone in chat doesn't know. There's people that do not have an internal monologue, and that are not able to have it. That just can't like think in words. They just think in images, and they interact with all of us every day, and we never know. My partner is like that. It's not a disease or anything. Like I don't know if like I don't know the percentages, but it's like a big chunk of people thinks visually, a big chunk of people thinks verbally, and I always thought everybody had an internal voice. Yeah, a lot of people didn't know, right? I think people who have an internal voice assume everyone else has. People who think more in images, are probably aware that... I'm probably a bit more aware of the difference. Yeah, and most people are somewhere in between, right? I'm making like two camps. A lot of people are somewhere in between. But there's people that have like no degree. Like, for example, my partner will tell me she can, like, if she's reading something specifically in like a character's voice, she can produce that voice. But in like very rare occasions, in her day-to-day, there's no, like, she just doesn't have an inner voice, and she doesn't need it, right? Like that's a thing. It's like you assume it's so important. No, a lot of people don't have it. Okay, and then clouds of words. There's a third type of thinking that we all have. Again, we all have a combination of them. It's very rare that someone is exclusively one or the other. But the least common one to have exclusively is associations. So there's people who don't think in language like I'm talking right now, like a string of language, but that just have like associations of words and concepts. It's like a much more abstract one and hard to understand. It's very hard to understand because it's very hard to conceptualize a completely different way of thinking than how your brain operates. But isn't that wild that people around you, people in this chat today right now, a lot of us, like, we're able to perfectly communicate and understand each other, and our brains work in like these wildly different ways. Isn't that weird as hell? Internal monologue switches from one person to third person. I have a constant inner monologue. Like, I'm probably like very, very hard into the camp of inner monologue. I can produce images and stuff, but in my regular normal thinking, it's mostly just words, and I have several tracks of them. It's like, you know, tracks of music. I usually, when I'm not speaking, because if I'm speaking, my brain concentrates on that. But when I'm just chilling, like thinking normally, I have like a main voice, a secondary voice that can sometimes be thinking something at the same time. And it's weird to explain, but can have like two tracks of thinking that kind of switch between each other or happen sometimes all at once. And there's a third background track, which is music. I have a music track in my brain. You know, when people say, oh, I have this piece of music stuck in my head, I can't really understand that because I always have a piece of music stuck in my head, like constant. And this is why I always have headphones and I'm always listening to music, because it gets a bit annoying if you have the same track of music in the background all the time. So I try to change it up so that my brain is not always on the same piece of music. Yeah, I have a music track in my brain and I cannot turn it off. I can't turn any of these off, right? Like, except when I'm speaking. Like when I'm speaking to you, I don't have like, I can have maybe the second track sometimes, but I always have music in my head too, or similar things. Yeah, Nika, you understand me. Darude is Sandstorm 24/7. When Sandstorm gets into my head, it's very hard to get out. I always have the ominous incantation from it stuck in my head. I love that. You know the funny thing about Control? I installed Control. It installed itself in Spanish because it's like default, and I changed it to English. But the one voice that did not change is the incantation that the like evil thing does. So all the game is in English, and the evil incantation is in Spanish. It took me a long time to realize it was like the incantation was just not in Spanish. I was like, what? Why is the evil entity in this game speaking in Spanish? I don't know. Caramel Danson is not an earworm, yeah. It's similar things. Yeah, you say like you're a worm through time. It's like that kind of thing, but it's just in Spanish. It's weird. Yeah, it took me a while to figure out like that was just my game. And I probably have to reinstall the whole thing and install it in English to not get that one part in Spanish. Weird. I kept it because it doesn't bother me, right? I find it funny. The trick to removing a song is to listen to it fully. Yeah. Like you listen to that song and then to another one, and you'll switch the track in your brain. I do that all the time. Oh, the earworms. Okay, and I added a bit of orange, so it's not it's all the same color over and over. If you add like a few splatters, oh, that didn't change color. Oh yeah, that's a bit green. All these few different colors that I'm adding subconsciously, they don't do a lot, but subconsciously they make it stop feeling like a monochrome image. They make it feel like it goes from black and white to it's just a very colorless place. So I'm trying different colors and adding like some splatters here and there. Adding some different tones to the lights. Not a huge thing, just small variation and like 30% opacity. I have good discussions here. We always learn concepts. My brain is never quiet. There's always 6 different things going on. Tracks metaphor makes sense. Yeah, and it's useful to explain how my brain works, especially to like, yeah, my partner only thinks in images, so she can't really conceive how having an inner voice is. So having like several tracks of inner voice is a good way of putting it in words, I think. Brain gets quiet for 3 seconds. Song time, yeah. Okay, but Gasta, can you tell me, do people see things in their heads similar to things in their eyes? Depends on who. I think for, like, nobody gets a, like, or probably very, very few people get, like, a full, perfect scene in their heads that, you know, exactly like you're seeing with your eyes. People can see, like, an object, like, a more of a focused thing. At least that's how it works for me. The problem is I can't really hold it for long in my head. I think that might be one of the reasons why I do Photoshop, because you already start with an image, so it's easier to conceptualize how things work, or how things are gonna look. I don't know. It's just me explaining things, like rationalizing things I already do, which you can always find an explanation. At least to jump off from a catalog image, yeah. Yeah, for me, I guess it just makes it a bit easier. Let's see, other images. What is this? Having a hard time making sense of this. I think it's the ceiling of this place. Let's bring it in to a new document and see if we can do anything with it. Is anything? Is this anything? Like this could be the floor. Again, we're looking at the ceiling, so we just have to make it make sense for us. My brain sometimes marks things as completed when I only thought of doing an action. I think this is the one that makes the most sense. Like this would be the ground. And I don't know exactly what this could be. Because it's like taking a picture of a corner. There's nothing like super... Also, it's kind of blurry. Could do... rotate counterclockwise. I got it right. Good. I always mess up with clockwise and counterclockwise for some reason. You know if that has a specific name? Marking completed things? Not that I know. Scrambled? Yeah. Me. Hold on. There we go. I think I was too lit up by that. See, I feel like if I could make this look more like bigger, kind of like it's just a bunch of walls making a huge corner. I think that could make sense, but not sure how that would work. The brain scrambles. Yeah. Maybe this? I feel like we need some sort of floor to ground ourselves and to see the perspective of things. Okay, so I'm just continuing the same. See if I can make it make sense. Obviously I have to fix the lighting, but that could work to remove that big light there. And I still don't know how I can make this into a space that makes more sense. Especially like making it feel monumental, because I think that would be fun. What if I added a floor of my own and just made it very stretched? And that kind of sets up a perspective for us. We give it something like this. Put that on color. Make that dark. I still don't think we can make this look too monumental and big. Just like the perspective isn't with us in here. Okay, let's try something different. We had another picture from the same place, same collection. Oh, this one we already used from the... we just turned it. We have... I think this is the same place again. But it's too dark because it's focused on the lights. This, I guess, is just some sort of sculpture. We caught a guy here. We could use some parts of this for a future thing, maybe. Let's see what else. I like this one. Maybe turned like this. Oh, like this. So this is the ceiling. It could work as some kind of passageway at some point. And this one's very dark. They're giving a presentation, it looks like. And this. I like this one. If we do something about these sculptures. Yeah, these images are graciously given to me by Marina, like Undead Marina in the Discord. So huge thanks to her. I love a good, like, taking a picture and just randomly turning it and finding a completely new space. Like, oh, there's suddenly a difference. Obviously, we have no floor, so here would really make a lot of sense. But we could potentially... for example, if we took this and continued the same sculpture up, that might be fun. We'd have to do some editing to it, of course. Do we have a cut corner here? I think so. And these are from Spain, actually. Marina's from Mexico, but that's from a visit to Spain. Okay, so we have a cut of just this little sculpture. Turn it into its own object. Oh, here's a thing I haven't used in ages. It'd be fun. What I'll do is put that here, and now I can see if I can find a perspective warp. Okay, hold on. I have to do that. I'm gonna bring this down. Just do it over here. So let me see if I can figure this one out. It's been ages since I've used it. So for perspective warp, you first choose the corners of a thing. Then another thing. You can go a bit into the air if there's like a cut corner like that. And once that fits, you warp it. Yeah, I know how to do that. And you change the perspective. I'm worried of two things here to leave the interior like still like that it lines up with the rest. And of course, so the corners line up as well. I guess I didn't choose a perfect corner there, but can I go again to layout? Yeah. And oh, this one's not perfect either. There we go. Back to warp. Now the corner should be lined up. This is a fun tool for very specific purposes. See you later, Mectol. This was essentially able to continue that little statue going up. I can bring this down to a touch so I can combine them. Hopefully in a seamless way. We'll see about that. This little corner here is going to be hard. Oh, I can change the perspective warp if needed. Nice. Okay, more or less. Now what we can do is fix some of the little things to hopefully get a bit more continuity. Little things right in the edges. Oh, hold on. There we go. Sleep is getting to you. Okay, Rose, have a great night. Thanks for coming in. Okay, now we had small statue, now we have big statue. Whatever that means. Should we do anything else? I'm thinking we have to capitalize on those statues and do something more interesting with them. What if there's a hole in the ground here and the statue keeps going down? Like we just see. We don't see how far deep it goes. We love pits in this series, don't we? Okay, maybe we make it circular. Because that way we can fudge the perspective a bit more. It'll still look alright. Select, hold on, transform selection. And we just waiting for to guess what we're drinking. I can enjoy the stream. Hey Pyramid, good to have you here. What sort of things are you planning to encounter down there? I'm thinking like huge machinery. The implication that someone has lived in here, but as it gets more and more abstract, that will be more towards the beginning, towards that industrial area where you still think you are in a more literal space instead of you know, just a more metaphoric space kind of thing. Like when it turns into a more literal descent into hell. Oh, and thank you for the save reminder. Okay, so what I'll do here is get same sculpture again. And what I'll do is get that perspective warp again, but do it the other way around. And I'll be using some of the guides here, there. Perspective warp is one of those things that you rarely have a reason to do, but whenever you do, it's just satisfying, like it just works. With the Todd Howard voice. It's all about stretching those lines until they fit. Ooh, that's very close. Very, very close. Technology sure is crazy. It is. Now I can just hopefully try to find a good edge between them. Oh, they don't line up perfectly. Why? It's weird because they line up here and here. No, they actually don't. Okay. They just keep going further away until they line up on the next line. That's what was going wrong. So I think I just gotta make this look smaller. Yeah. Movie bet is about urban explorers in France. I love that. Talk about a coincidence. Ah, it's doing the same thing again. I hate that this little statue, that the statue has little lines all over. Because now I have to be really thorough and perfect with the perspective so that they line up. Okay, I think that's the best we'll get. The deep house, and looks potentially really hokey. That sounds fun. Sounds like a fun night. Best bedtime. Good night. Hope to see you later. I understand people who bash on photo bashing. Yeah. I think it comes more from the school of people that... Well, first from a school of artists who were taught that, you know, getting any real reference is bad. That kind of like dumb mentality. And they're just applying that to photo bashing, and it mostly, I think that kind of criticism comes mostly from artists who like I don't know where I was going with this thought. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, it comes from artists who more like just paint everything, you know, and they're using photo bashing as a source of textures for their paintings instead of as the art form itself. Like, I barely paint. I wouldn't call this photo bashing. Photo bashing is more when you apply photos to a painting or a drawing, and this would be more from the school of photo manipulation and composites. So it's two different like schools of thinking, so to speak. You can admit they're just jealous. I can just move this if needed. Yeah, I think it's a bit too tall. There we go. That's cutting a bit too much into the sculpture. How do you do game art? I've been does the photo bashing as much as possible. Yeah, it's efficient. It's an efficient way to get a detailed texture without having to paint it. It's a tool. It's literally a tool in your belt. And people who think of it as cheating in any way are missing that. So many things are cheating if you look from a purist's way. So yeah, just a tool, exactly. Oh, mosquito flight right in front of my face. Yeah, if I painted more, I would photo bash the hell out of it. And you know, it's because it's what I know too. It's what I know how to do. So a bit of normal plus a bit of soft light. We got escapee cats. Okay, so now we have a huge hole for this. And now I'd like to do the interior of the hole. Which we could use textures on the same image. The pole. The monolith. So now I'm doing a simple warp to make those lines look like they follow everything, they follow the shape of that hole. Hold on, I like how this side looks. There we go. Now, a bit of darkness. You know, like holes do. Now we have a huge monolith that goes into an abyss for no reason. I like this one because it kind of feels like an art installation, and it's kind of out of place with everything else. So I was like, what is that there? I was wondering if I should do the same thing for this one. I don't know. That's maybe repeating the same thing too many times. Now I do a bit of this. Non-humanary. Thank you for the follow. think the lighting works like that. Giant box series, thank you. It is my baby, that series. I love it very dearly. Okay. Anything else apart from this poll? Anything we could add to this picture to enhance it? Oh, of course, the floor. We'll do the same thing we did before for the floor. We'll just add a bit of texture and remove a bit of color to make it feel more like concrete. That's basically it there. Some easy little edits. Oh, it goes a bit deeper there. Now I will add this on, what's it, soft light? I don't think thoughts that would help, but I'm so tired. You're not obligated. Feel free to just chill and watch. Okay, Nika, you have a great night. Thanks for coming in. Wiener Tit, thank you for the follow. Okay, now a bit of color. I'll put it on top of everything because I think there's a lot of color things I need to fix up. Now everything's a bit grayscale, but let's add some similar colors to this. Some soft blues, or this, which is more exaggerated. I guess I gotta remove some blue from that one. There we go. think I went a bit too hard on that texture. This one. Oh, no, okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. Much nicer. God, so many oranges in this picture, in these pictures. I had to slowly stamp out. Let's compare it to the original. Not an enormous change, but now we have an infinite pillar, which is fun. I'm still wondering if there's anything cool to do with this one. Can you slide down the giant void? I mean, you can drop down and see where it goes. If you're adventurous enough. How long the drop is? We can always try. Whee! Okay, here's the thing. This is way more lit up than anything else in the picture. That's gonna be a problem. So before I put everything into a single layer, I'm gonna create a soft light one. That's where the void cats go, exactly. What else could we light up? That in the back. Okay, so the idea is to bring everything to a more similar level of light. So that hopefully when I increase the contrast and I reduce the light a lot, it's gonna make sense. Suzume, thank you for the follow. Still not the best. Like, this is still way over the others. Use a rope, yeah. So what I'll do, apart from what I had done before, is darken this whole thing. That whole side there. Oh, was I? Oh, gotcha. I was already painted. Okay. Let's see if that helps. Not perfect, but a bit better. So let's do all the other things. I have to mix up the colors a bit as well. Some grain, especially for this I added. Gonna be some more color work on top because there's still like weird patches of orange, and some more soft light work as well. Oh, I guess if I make the lighting stronger, there should be some kind of shadow to this side of the sculpture. It goes up to the ceiling. Oh, I guess that would be further away. Something like that. Oh, here's an idea for this one. What if there was a void inside this? So this whole square is just like an endless void. Like you can't even see the other side, it's just black. Also, I'm just gonna do a hue saturation. Oh man, that is very red. Okay, that helps. Anyway. That should help with the patchiness of it. Hey, Sanya. Also, while I'm at it, I should add this shadow climbing up. I should add it to the base layer instead of adding it later. Could I have taken it from the one I drew before? Absolutely. Why didn't I do it? I don't know. People who own Photoshop for 1 year or more need advice. You're a programmer and not your direction. It's only your 9th day. What are you looking for? Boom, black void. Easy. Easy black void. Okay, so I was thinking of looking at it means you did great. Thank you. Now I dare everyone here, put your hand in the black void. Don't worry, it won't, nothing will happen. It won't hurt you. Sense of impending doom. Beautiful voids. Oh, this should go into infinity. Or I guess we're looking at it like this. The end point, the infinity point would be back, well, like way back there. So obviously we don't see it. I'm just wondering what angle this would work at. Photoshop is complicated. Are you looking for anything specific? I think general hints are not something that will really help you. I think that your best option is to go into, like, to look for whatever you want to do in this moment and look for specific tutorials on that on YouTube of people who are doing the same thing to explain you, and through that learn the rules, learn how everything works. Like, there's no one button trick. It just takes time to, you know, learn the ropes. If you study basics from scratch, is it better in the text version? Or you mean learning through, like, written things? I would learn through video tutorials, because that way you can visually see how things work. Photoshop is a very visual program, obviously. I think that works. Black void. Let's see. I'll have a normal and a overlay. Let's see. Will crawling through that be an option? I think maybe it's a kind of jokey thing where I ask people like, hey, should I crawl through that? And people will obviously be like, yeah, crawl through that. And I'm like, no, obviously not. But we can tease people with the option of crawling through the terrible void box. I spent half a year every day in this program. I have no doubt that there will be results. Yeah, but you need something right now, right? So I would say most things are quite achievable if you find someone like on YouTube that's doing the same thing, and you just follow what they do and adapt it to your specific piece. You can probably, like, even with limited knowledge, you can get a lot of things done like that. Or if you just want to learn, just take tutorials and follow them. Like, do your own thing next to them if you're not in a hurry to do anything specific. Now, for some reason, I'm going through every one of these little lines, because I'm insane like that. You can adapt Photoshop to, like, move things around to suit you if you like them better on the other side of the screen, etc. So you can adapt it if you're left-handed. Have you been putting the logo in any of these? I haven't. There are so many pictures, I feel like. Maybe in the one set piece picture, I'll hide it somewhere. But since these are many more of them and much smaller, I didn't feel like it was necessary. Throw pebbles inside? Yeah. Rocks, coin, marbles, teeth. I brought along some spare teeth. As you do. You guys don't do that? They're useful in a variety of situations. You never know when you might need a spare tooth or two. I'm over here redrawing all the complexity in this object. Because I just added, first day I was adding blankets light everywhere, and it was just destroying all the little detail. So I'm currently trying to avoid that by just matching the lights to the detail, which is annoying in an object like this, but you know, sometimes you gotta do things. So funny that when I left you, I barely started on this picture, and now there's a pillar coming out of the hole. Well, that is what I did. If you guys want to see the initial, that was the initial image. Whoa, no, wrong. There we go. Yeah, this 2D. Yeah, I don't really work with Photoshop's 3D functionality. It's very limited and kind of bad. If you want to work with 3D, go with Blender. Because Photoshop is really not built for that. They're actually discontinuing the 3D. I don't know if they removed it already. Well, it's here. But I think they're phasing it down. Like I don't know if they'll keep it in the program, but at least they're not adding anything new. Because nobody was using it. It was kind of a weird addition to Photoshop. There's, in terms of channels, there's one called Phlearn, PH-Learn, and they have some very good beginner tutorials geared towards like teaching you the basics of the program. And I also have some video tutorials, but they're on my Patreon. So you have to pay to access those. But if that's something that interests you, you can check out my Patreon. They're fairly long, but they take you through everything. Like this is the basic 101 Photoshop tutorial that's made like it's like 40 minutes, and it takes you through every tool. Right, thank you so much for the follow. That was quite a difference in the lighting here, right? I had to draw a lot. Yeah, thanks for linking that, Stephanie. Oh, that's what I assume the YouTube is linked in that site. I also think they have some paid stuff, but I don't know if it's good or not. I never saw that. Chaos! You have a great time zone as well. A great night, I can assume. Thanks for coming in. I don't know who started with the have a good time zone thing, but I like it. I say it a lot now. This is like the art gallery with its creepy sculptures. Not much more to add to this one, I think. I don't know exactly where I'll put this one. I think it might be like towards the very weird ending where, you know, not ending, but the moment I'm lost and I'm like, not even you are gonna know like how deep I am. Like, I'm just completely disappeared for a few days. And some pictures slip through. And I want those to be like, just straight up strange. And like, out of left field. Like, maybe I'll use one of these. Maybe I'll use this one. So it's like, completely strange stuff. And then finally I get out again through the more regular part of it. This is the Void Museum. It's a museum for voids. Okay, did I save this one? Yeah, Ziggurat 14. Just saved. Hey Mari, I use Lightroom for not for this type of work, but I use it when I take my own pictures and I want to do some basic editing. I use Lightroom Classic, which is way better than the one that's just called Lightroom. If you're thinking of using Lightroom, use Classic. Or use Lightroom Classic, which is a different program. I have an unfinished project for Riot Games. Depict the contour of the neck, the shadow of it, correct shades, highlights. That's it. Then that might be more for a drawing program. Maybe you'd be better off if you're just starting out. Maybe learning something like Clip Studio Paint, Krita. I don't know any. I'm not a big expert on programs for drawing. Photoshop is better if you're working with pictures. It's a bit hard to learn if you want to paint. Okay, let's see. How many pictures have we done today? We've done this one. Did we do two here? Yep. We did this one. Is that? Oh, hold on. There we go. And this one. I should just make a folder. That'll help. So we have the two of them here. Okay, so I did this one, I did this one. This one is powered photo 2. There we go. Then we did this one, which was quite the undertaking, really. It was actually, if you guys didn't see it, it started out flipped. So we flipped it, or we turned it. I guess it's not a flip. And then we added all this. Yeah, Procreate if you have an iPad. I think it's the one most people use on iPad. Yeah, not many people use Sai nowadays, I think. I think most people use Clip Studio Paint. But again, not an expert. I don't draw much, so if I draw, I use Photoshop because I already know the program. I don't know, I'll teach myself something else. So yeah, we did that, and then we did the Void Museum. It's quite dark and creepy as well, turned out. Yeah, I think that's enough pictures for today, unless we have like one that's pretty straightforward. I mean, we played around with this one, but didn't get anywhere. Let's see if we have any where we can say quick. This one's gonna be quick. I think maybe this one. Let's see. If it turns out to be much harder than we thought, forget about it, but okay, so I was thinking of turning this one so that this is the ceiling, but I'd also like, I prefer it to be horizontal. So what we can do is mess with things. Do this. It's quite symmetric. Symmetrical? How do you say? We can do this, probably. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see if it works. I always wonder, like, people who watch on their phones, I guess you guys can't see much of, you know, the interface, right? Well, I guess that's not too important if you're not trying to learn Photoshop or anything. It's more about seeing the whole image, right? Oh. Okay, I have an idea. Wait, why is this? Click. There we go. Maybe I take this whole thing. That's nice. Yeah, that way we can get everything being painted in the same whites for a bit of consistency, because I was going to remove this and this anyway, so maybe that's the best way. What I can do now is a flip to just cover the areas that weren't covered before. Guess I have to stretch things. Yep. Now our problem will be matching this whole square. No, it doesn't match. Figure something out. Now I can just move this one. I think it'll be less of a problem. That doesn't really work, does it? Okay, I'll do that a different way. There we go. Now it works well. Beautiful. So now we have a pristine white corridor. For what reason? I don't know. But it kind of just worked out that way. What's with that? Oh, everything is 95%. So it's just shy of 100%. Huh. I can still see it. 97. There we go. Nice. Now we don't have a weird semi-transparent window there. We're progressing through this. Now we can do a blend between these two layers. Place where it looks good. I need to make it really soft. That way we don't have like strange edges. Okay, so considering how quickly we covered the ground and wall that didn't really match the rest. This one should be pretty straightforward from now on. Next thing, we take this. Should we turn it into some kind of just screened light? Kind of like there's just a big neon light behind there, behind the screen. Or even like another room, right? Like it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like maybe there's another huge space back there. That could be fun. I have an idea. I take this here and what is that? Oh. Okay. Anyway, we take a bit of that. Just like a wall or two. Just to give like a similar tone and lighting and everything. We do that. It's a bit further back. So we have a dead end here, and up there we're gonna have like the other room. So the only way is up, and it makes no sense. And that's part of the fun, I guess. That it's completely meaningless. And that it's not made for humans. Like, whoop, now we have to scale a wall. Good luck. Stairs? What do you think you are to ask for stairs? Now we flip this. Nope. Now we flip this. Okay, good. Stairs in my dimension? No, hold on. This needs to be as dark as that part there. Or hold on, maybe we mix it in with this. Instead of having a corner, which is, we use the already existing natural corner there. Make that fade in well. And now this should get this kind of color. As it goes up, this kind of color. Finally, darkness. He has to hopefully fade in well. So I'm essentially just using whatever color's next and applying that. And we'll apply some noise and stuff to make it more textury instead of painted. But essentially it's just that. Okay, so a bit of an dead end, and then over here we have like peeking in a huge room, which we could connect this to a room that already exists for continuity. So this is towards the end where everything stops making sense, so it has to be one of those, you know, brutalist, nonsensical areas. Also, thank you for the same reminder. Oh, this is actually not saved. Ziggurat 15. I like putting it there as well, because it's gonna be in the middle of this like brutalist hellscape, and suddenly it's like all painted white and pristine. Like, it doesn't make perfect sense, and I kind of like that. Okay, so now we move this line back there. We fade those two layers in. The way that hopefully looks nice. Okay, and I will now have to remove the other one manually because, yeah, I can't fade them in perfectly. It's just gonna be easier. I will do it the easy way. I have done this with another selection tool. Yes. Why didn't I? I don't know. Oh, light switches? I don't know what this is. I right now realize I have no idea what the hell that is. Okay, now this will be in the middle of the brutalist hellscape. In this part. So I was thinking if we could actually reuse any of that. Like up in the distance, you know? Kind of like just a peek at the next room, and then the next room would follow. So it would be the one right before this one. And here we would be getting like a teaser. Something like that. I don't know. Just something that implies that there's more up there. I don't know exactly what part would be better to put in. Let's see other rooms, because that one is a bit hard. I have this one. Maybe we can see that. It has to feel like it has a lot of light, because it's lighting up this whole area, you know? It it has to be some well-lit piece of brutalism. Maybe I just get a fresh picture from somewhere. Oh, maybe something like this. Since we didn't use it before. Hey, welcome back from your nap. Yes, we're still up. 4 hours 47 minutes. It's not bad at all. I like this. It just implies that there's something up there without really telling you. The brutalism is implied in this one. Could also be flipped to show that the light is somewhere close to here. Yeah, like this. Of course, since it's pretty like it's the only source of light of this image. So since we are taking a picture from a dark hallway and is the only bright thing in there, it would be super overexposed. So some things would probably look pure whites. We're running into the grain here, which is a bit annoying. Okay. Now's the moment where we cross our fingers, we put everything together, and we see what we can do with it. So, as usual, underexposed, a lot of contrast. So the idea here is to say, hey, this seems to be the only way up. Do I have to scale this wall? Devoid of light and artificial. The idea. Oh, we definitely need some grain because all this is painted. And we need to hide that fact. I still don't love what's up there. We like your Megalomorph series. Thank you. Go right to the news we get, so we get question ourselves in the lore, yeah. So vignette, of course. You know it's me if it has a vignette. Now I think my only pet peeve currently is what we see back there. I'm not really meshing with it. Not really vibing with it. I don't know if that's because It's too bright. Let's look at the original. So the original, you can see it's not actually that overexposed. Okay. So might have gone overboard. It happens. So it would maybe be something like this. The implication being that it's just the next room. So hopefully not something that feels... Oh, okay. I have an idea. Bear with me. No, hold on. I have an idea. Oh, not horizontal. I need to flip it vertically. No, I gotta give it a second. What if... I tricked you! It was not a ceiling. It was never a ceiling. It was always a hole in the floor. Okay, so my thinking is... there's supposed to be... There's always a story where you're going down and down and down and down, right? Deeper and deeper. Would it make more sense if there was... There we go. If there was a hole instead of like a hole in the ground instead of in the ceiling, like you have to jump down instead of climb up. For now, I'll have to climb up eventually, but what if? Are you about to say turn it on the side? These are all the what if scenarios. You either turn it to a different direction, or you leave it like I was. Would it make sense to use the same picture twice? Use a zoomed version where the hole is the floor? I don't know what you mean. Oh, where it rotates? I mean, twisting the whole thing? It might be hard to do though. I do like the idea, but it's a lot of effort. I gotta make sure that we really can't see any of those. Any of those tiles, because I just realized that we could see some before. Which is why I'm going back to this specific area, because I messed up. In the story, you realize that the hole in the ceiling is slowly going down. Oh, but that like breaking physics completely. I don't want to do too many physics breaking things. to maintain suspension of to maintain like people believing it as long as possible. Like, I don't think even, I still haven't written it, and I may add some themes here and there, me using themes, but I wouldn't like it until very, very late in the story that people realize that, oh, this is more of a metaphorical space than a literal one, if that makes sense. Beware, this story uses themes. Who doesn't love a good theme? Anyone? I don't know exactly. I don't know, maybe doing something like this where it's harder to see what's down there, but it's just implied that you have to jump down. Okay, now let's give it that a try. Oh, what if it's super, super dark? Like, very dark. Okay, I would like this, but with a little bit more lights around the corners. So maybe we remove the vignettes. So we do still have a sense that the light is enough that you can see. But it's still very, very dark. Oh, there we go. If we pull the blacks a little bit up, we can probably do this. Ooh, moody. So we'd have a picture taken in very low light conditions. And maybe if while I'm writing, I figure out like a place that would be cool to jump into from here, I can remove this and give a hint of that next place there. Maybe I can even like take a picture of that place from above and include the corner of this. I would just make it up somehow. Include the corner of that to, you know, have the implication that, oh, am I about to jump down there? Do I really have to do this? Is that the only way? That kind of vibe. So there we go. That's the 15th, 17th, 18th picture. We have 18 pictures. That's probably more than... No, sorry. 7. We have 17 pictures currently. I think that might be the most I've ever done? Question mark? Let me see how much we're in the ghost story, which might be up there. 1, 2. There's a repeat of 2, so I won't count it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, that is way ahead of my longest, or the series with most pictures. Again, keep in mind that not all of these are super serious edits. Some of them have just a little bit of clone stamping and a few touches, but still, like, come on, that's not bad. Okay, so what have you done today? You've done this one, just a corridor, pretty simple. A big room with a pit in it, because we love the abyss here. Another corridor, a longer one, full of little lights. A museum of sorts, I guess, with different voids. And the place where the only way is down. Pretty nice, I think. We got a good selection of different places we can use throughout the story. I think I'm at a point where I can probably start writing the outline of the story and where I want to put other images we have. Then figure out, like, okay, where are the holes? Like, what else can we add to this to put a little bit more meat in different places, like. And once that is done, like maybe in a couple streams or so, maybe we're done with this. I don't know if there's that much more to do. I do want a... Oh, don't worry. If you want to doodle, send it to me later. None of this is completely closed, so we can try things later, or in other streams. I do still want a kind of a set piece, like one that's a very, very big place. That would be the... Okay, so the industrial zone, like this one here, the one that's a bit more grimy, that's going to go before this super clean, like weird brutalist zone. The industrial zone has a set piece, which is these pictures. This one, and this one, finally, like looking down at the void. Yeah, send it by DMs. And this one looking at the void. So this would be like the set piece moment of that level, of the industrial level. I would want the equivalent of that for this like brutalist abstract level. Calling in levels like video games now, but so we have all these places. I would like one that feels huge. It just feels enormous. Not that all of these could be interpreted as being very small or very large, because here we have no, like, nothing to compare the perspective to. So some of them make more sense, like I think it's easier to gauge the perspective just because we're taking the picture at eye level. If you're taking the picture at eye level, instinctively you know, okay, this is how tall a person is. Here where you're looking down, harder to say. Like here, right? This might be a huge corridor. Also, I'm pretty proud of the stairs looking pretty decent when I only drew them. So some places it's easier to say the size of them, easier to gauge, just because the height the pictures were taken at. Oh, okay, yeah, that might be very hard to do though, sorry. But I get what you mean. I like the twisting hallway effect. But yeah, we already have a lot. It's 17 pictures, y'all. That's a lot. What are you thinking of the series so far? I'm excited of where it's going, but it will mostly depend on the writing. I don't think the images are fun, but alone they're not visually interesting enough to say that to like tell the whole story. You need a strong writing to carry it forward. I mean, not like beautiful prose, because it's gonna be a Twitter thread. It has to like feel realistic and stuff, which is I'll try. We'll see. You sleepy? Well, might be a good time to go to bed. It's 5 a.m. nearly here currently. That feels? Who's that? Oh, didn't know about them. Is it an art streamer? I don't know who anything is. But yeah, maybe like I like to rate art streamers though. More variety, okay. I like to keep it in art. I don't see anyone streaming art. I always stream at the most terrible hours, which is, you know, not great, I think. But it doesn't matter, it's the hours I have. So it's always hard to find cool art streamers when I'm done. Half unfiction, half variety, dude. I had never heard of it. But I'll check it out. See if it's cool. But yeah, that is gonna do it for today, y'all. We have a few cool pieces, I think. I think this one I like the most. And this one in terms of achievement, because I think it looks very realistic, and it didn't look at it like this at all at first, so. But yeah. That's gonna do it, y'all. We have another stream on Wednesday, same hour as usual, around 10:30 p.m. UTC, which is 5:30 p.m. Eastern, or 30-ish. Like I usually start a bit late, but shush. But yeah, another stream on Wednesday. I don't know exactly what I'll do. I might do more of this or some commission stuff, depending. And another one on Friday. And when I'll go this weekend or early next week. I'll go to do the urban exploration for these series, where I'm gonna be able to take like some video stuff. I hope a lot more pictures. So maybe I'll wait to work more on it until after I'm done, because I'll have a lot of material to go through. But yeah, that's gonna do it, y'all. Have a great night or a great time zone wherever you are, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Take care.